Tell your neighbor, tell your friend, now is the time to rise and shine. Tell your mother, tell your father, now is the time to decide. If you want leaders who can build, place your ex by the rising sun. If you want leaders who can lead properly, place your ex by the rising sun. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Tobago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Vote for peace, vote for love, vote for hope, vote for change. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Tobago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Tell your neighbor, tell your friend, now is the time to rise and shine. Tell your mother, tell your father, now is the time to decide. If you want leaders who can restore hope, place your ex by the rising sun. If you want leaders who lead with love, place your ex by the rising sun. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Tobago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Vote for peace, vote for love, vote for hope, vote for change. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Tobago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream.
Sleeping time. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. I was in the Lacore when somebody showed me him. Somebody said that not today, the boss could take care of them. And in this crowd was singing loud, going to the convention. When we walk in, big spin and ting, oh Lord, what a session. In the hand was a plan and he start to jam. He hit them bam, bam, bam. Somebody say you got to like the man, he had a touch of Eric William, huh? Hallelujah. We ain't making no notice mistake. Hallelujah. What the opposition get, they go take. Hallelujah. When I say okay, you know what I mean. Hallelujah. Get all your broom, we sweeping this country clean. Hallelujah. We can't fail. Hallelujah. Licks in the tail. Hallelujah. Great is the PNM, it shall prevail. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. One nation is say one people today, a dynamic diversity. A party strong because all along we celebrate our plurality. Equality right across the board, everybody have a chance. That's why all around every place in town is Lucas leading the dance. We talking about the ultra-modern social infrastructure. Education become priority one on the national agenda. Hallelujah. mistake. Hallelujah. So when them opposition get they go take. Hallelujah. And when I say cookie, you know what I mean. Hallelujah. Bring all your broom and sweep in this country clean. Hallelujah. We can't fail. Hallelujah. 50 years on this trail. Hallelujah. Great is the PNM. It shall prevail. Sweeping time. Sweeping time. Sweeping time. Get your broom now. Election time is here. We'll be sweeping everywhere. 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 Get your broom now. Sweeping time. Sweeping time. Sweeping time. The air was ready, people churned. The delivery was a gem. As the document passed to present 50 years of the PNM. From self-government to independence, Republican status too. Impressive record, the people applaud the things that the party do. He said the whole our world, we are the salt of the earth, no racial or cultural divide. Not like duck and run and them convicted one they have on the other side, huh? Hallelujah. He said we are making no dotish mistake. Hallelujah. So when them opposition get they go take. Hallelujah. And when I say cookie, you know what I mean. Hallelujah. We sweeping pandemic and clean. Hallelujah. We can't fail. Legs in the tail. Hallelujah. Great is the PNM. It shall prevail. Sweeping time. 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 Sweeping time.
What is that music?
All right. Good night, everybody. Good night. As you know, it is election day in Trinidad and Tobago, the greatest twin island republic in the world. So it's very, very interesting that this it's very, very interesting that we have a lot of analysts saying that this election is going to be close, and this is one done by a website that normally calculates elections across the world, DB Global, and this is what they are predicting is going to happen for this year's election, which is interesting. I personally don't think this is going to happen, but we here now. So this website is predicting that UNC is gonna take 21 seats. I'm not too sure. Hey Deborah. Hey Kirich, Athena, Sati. I'm not too sure about that. However, what I will say is I am looking very, very closely at certain seats. I'm looking very, very closely at certain seats. Very, very closely. One of those seats that I'm looking at, we have about 4 to 5 swing seats this year for sure. And one of those swing seats I'm looking at is the San Juan Barataria area. It notoriously gave the PNM issues 4 years ago. And I don't see why it would not give the PNM issues again this year. This is the electoral map from last year where PNM won 22 seats to UNC's 19. and they they cut it close in several electoral districts. I would have to say they cut it very, very close, and they won by a landslide in others. I think so. We'll all, how this is gonna work? We'll all be declaring seats unofficially. We are unofficial pundits of the political regime tonight, and what I'll be doing is I will be asking you guys for your own input as well. We would be declaring seats early on this channel here that we feel is already won, basically, right? So we're gonna basically call the election in real time and call it immediately. And I'm gonna ask you guys, what do you feel about us calling certain seats early? And if I get a over resound, then yes or no, we will proceed. So I feel like we could already call 2 seats, if you guys don't mind. I feel like we could already call 2 seats. Is everyone in agreement that Superior goes to the UNC? I feel like that's a no-brainer. Once I get the yes show, Brandon, I feel like we could already give that to the UNC, you know? Like, there's no way that PNM's getting that seat. So, like, can we give UNC Superior off the bat? I feel like that's like one of the easiest things. Like, we don't even need to wait for results for Superior. You know what I mean? Hey, Dolly. Hey, KL. Let me check. Let me see something real quick. This is very early on, but PNM seems to be having a hell of a fight in Tobago East. A hell of a fight. This is Mr. David Thomas is collecting hell of votes right now. Of course, these are early days. These are literally early days. They started counting half an hour ago. But PNM is receiving quite a fight in Tobago East. And Shamfa Kojo. Shamfa Kojo is also getting a hefty fight in Tobago West. So far, as you could see, it's calculated Shamfa is at 1791 votes. But Mr. Joel Sampson, I've had the pleasure of talking to Mr. Joel. He's a cool person. He's not that far behind. So, it seems that PNM is gonna have yet another serious fight in Tobago. It has always been a possibility that Tobago could go all blue. It's always been a possibility. But there's some major closeness in Tobago happening. These are early days yet for Point Fortin as well. I feel like Point Fortin would be declared probably in the next 2 hours or so. But so far, Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy Richards, I've seen him once. He's holding on by a little bit. These votes are now coming in, of course, but he's 117 votes in. And then we see these notorious UNC areas like Couva South. It's notoriously difficult to win in Couva for PNM fan base. So I feel like we could also declare Couva from now. Even if votes have started counting 40 minutes ago, I feel like Couva is yet another area that we could just say, yeah. So, like I said, this is not a one-man show. I'm asking you guys in real time, what do you think? We would be unofficially declaring seats here. Unofficially. So, so back to Superior. I feel like we're just gonna, even though it hasn't even come yet on the map, I feel like Superior is already UNC. That's like a no-brainer for me, like I said. Oh, what is this over here? Who is this? Right. So this is the seat right here, guys. This is the seat right here that I feel this is a swing seat right here. And this seat is one of the ones we'll be focusing a whole lot on tonight. See this Barataria San one seat. This seat is gonna be, as Trinidadians say, bacchanal. And you could already see, only with these limited votes coming in, look at that already. I mean, this doesn't paint a big picture, but look how early this is. This paints a picture of what's gonna happen tonight. You already have Mr. Mohammed on 68 votes and Saddam on 66. Okay, and I think this is going to be the trend for the entire night. Barataria San Juan is going to be one of the biggest watch seats of this entire election. This seat could literally swing anyway, and I've said this seat, you have to watch for this seat. The seat is going to give problems tonight. I am seeing this seat going to be swinging back and forth for the entire night, so that's going to be something to watch for. From what I could tell, a lot of people, when it comes to Shamfa, a lot of people kind of lost faith in Shamfa. Shamfa was, I'm gonna be honest, Shamfa was supposed to have Tobago locked, okay? I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Shamfa is supposed to have Tobago West locked. But the thing with Shamfa is, a lot of people kind of lost faith in Shamfa for two reasons, right? Though Shamfa has done a lot of stuff, people always felt like Shamfa could have done more. And then there's one big issue with Shamfa. Shamfa has been shifted from different ministries. And even though I am a Shamfa, I wouldn't say I'm a Shamfa fan, but you know, I like Shamfa. Even then, the ministries that Shamfa has been enrolled in, she hasn't really excelled in them. If you have watched the track record, it's almost like she has been improperly placed in the ministries she's had to head. I don't know if anybody else have realized that, but I feel like that's something that's fairly obvious. Like, it's almost like Shamfa doesn't know what her ministry is, or rather, her political party doesn't know what was the right ministry for her. So she's one that's been shuffled here and about, and I feel like she just hasn't excelled in her ministries that were given to her. But she's a good speaker, though. I'll give her that. She's a good speaker. But one that just hasn't excelled in her ministries, and it's kind of unfortunate for her. And she has a good fight ongoing for Tobago West. So let me refresh the map. Oh, so Shogunas West just came in. Shogunas West has just came in as well. These are no surprises. These are no surprises. Shogunas West is notoriously under UNC regime. And I don't know how true that no vote has come in for Winston yet. However, we see what's going on with Mr. Cullen. He has already received a staggering 8,700 votes. I personally think there's no coming back from this. So I feel like Shogunas West is yet another seat we could declare for UNC. Like I said, the whole point of the stream is early declaration. Like, we're not waiting for the news stations to be like waiting for like hundreds, like tens of thousands of votes to come in. Just based on this metric alone, he has like 8,000 votes already. Like, there is no coming back from that. That is UNC own immediately. You know, stuff like that. I feel like we could already declare that that's UNC own. There's no coming back. That's like lost. Let's see, Tunapuna also. I feel like Tunapuna has been under the UNC for a minute, but it used to be under PNM before the folks there got like fed up. And it swung. It was a swing seat years ago, but this is another one of the seats that it's being head by Mr. Roger Alexander. And if you all don't know about Mr. Roger Alexander, he has a very long track record that's, you know, sort of suspicious. But we're not airing or demand files here. That's not the purpose of this. But it seems people are voting for him so far. And this is quite interesting because I thought Mr. Esmond Ford would I feel like Mr. Esmond Ford is a solid guy. But being solid in politics is not enough. It would be, bear with me for a second. I feel like it would be downright hilarious if Mr. Roger Alexander wins the seat for the UNC in Tunapuna. I feel like it would be downright hilarious. I don't know. There's just something about Mr. Roger Alexander winning Tunapuna for UNC. I don't know. It's weird. But he's in the lead. I'm just reminding you guys, these are really early days. So even though he's in the lead now, that's not to say that, you know, he would get past. But so far, yeah, Roger Alexander is leading by 248 votes. Mr. Esmond Ford is 167. So that is interesting. That's a little bit interesting. As we go in the center here, this is Mayaro. As you could see, based on previous results, Mayaro has gone to the UNC every election, virtually every election. Mayaro is a UNC seat, and it's no different here. Mr. Wilfred is already at 1,500 votes, and Beatrice is at 500. So, like, I feel stuff like this, Mayaro is yet another seat that could be declared. Because since I've been growing up, Mayaro has been always UNC. Let's check back in Tobago East. Damn, Mr. David is pulling away. Yep. Ooh, this is early signs of trouble in Tobago for the PNM. Really early sign. That's really early signs of issues. So, as you guys could see, we have some early results of what this election is going to be looking like. Some really early results. Oh, what website is this? This is on TV6TNT.com. They have an election map that fills in automatically as the votes come in. It's an interactive map on TV6TNT.com. And there's also several other election maps out there, but I tend to use this one because it doesn't really break down, you know. Alright, so like I said, we are about to start unofficially declaring seats, because that's the point of the live. We're not trying to be better than news station or political analysts, but that's the point of the life. And there's already seats on this map here. That's not going to change. I could tell you that already. There's seats on this map currently that's not going to change at all. No matter what happens. So we may as well, let me just fix the PNM's graphic and the UNC's graphic. Okay, put you on top here. Make this smaller. Who's winning? These are very, very early days. Very, very early days. Popeye, but UNC is in the lead in the election. But you know, like I said, because these are early days, I'm going to just show you what happens in this election. And this is no secret. It is notoriously known, very notoriously known, when the bulk of the results start coming in, the east-west corridor spanning from Chagaramas all the way to Toco, you know that's traditionally red. Traditionally. Alright, I'm being careful with my choice of words. As you could see, I'm always going to go back to past maps. This is always what happens in the east-west corridor. There's only one exception, and there may be one or two swing seats, but you see this bulk of red, which PNM has bulked the red wall. This is typically what happens in elections. When all these votes come in, all these areas go red. And me as an unofficial bystander, this is mostly going to reoccur again. It always happens. For as long as I've been alive, for as long as elections has been a thing, this red wall is a very strong thing that happens every election. So when this comes in, you'll get a better idea of what's happening, as well as the southern areas of Trinidad. Of course, you know, San Fernando is a notoriously known PNM stronghold, as well as the bottom of Trinidad. So we await this red wall is how you would gauge what's going to happen in this election. So this is what we really await, and it's a little bit too early. Let me just refresh one more time. Right, so it's a little bit too early to say, but as the PNM has dubbed it, the red wall is really what... Ah, we have info for San Fernando. Yep. Alright, so Faris is leading in San Fernando Rest. He is going up against Mr. Michael of the UNC. Faris is 247 votes ahead. But these are early days. But if all goes as all always goes, this is supposedly yet another PNM stronghold. So I'm not gonna declare that just yet because we have very limited voters info coming in from there. So we're gonna leave San Fernando West alone for now, but that is a known PNM stronghold. So I'm gonna leave that alone for now. You hope PNM wins? I'm sure. There's a lot of people hoping that either wins, so it doesn't matter. And this is one thing with elections constantly. It really doesn't matter who wins or loses. There's always gonna be a massive group of people upset with the results. If UNC wins tonight, there's going to be a lot of PNM people upset. If PNM wins tonight, there's going to be a lot of UNC people upset, as you guys would know. Alright, so I keep talking about declaring and I haven't declared a single seat yet, bro. Alright, let's do this. Let's think critically about this. Alright, let me set up this. Let me do my little text. Yeah. Alright. Let me make sure everything's good. I sure use a PNM. Damn. It doesn't really matter what I am, bro. I'm looking for good governance irregardless. It doesn't matter to me which party wins. It really doesn't. And I say this as an honest person. It doesn't matter which party wins for me. Once my area representative works. If they don't work, then that's a problem. But I really don't care who wins. Nah, Allison, don't even worry about it. We're about to declare. This is the point of the live. We're about to declare unofficially seats. There's a bunch of seats that I could declare already, which I'm about to do. Alright, so one of those seats I'm about to declare live is Shogunus West. This is a no-brainer. Shogunus West goes to the UNC. That's one seat already. That is like a complete no-brainer. What color should I do these texts in? Alright, let me just do this real quick. Shogunus West goes to UNC. Alright, let me select a color for the text. I should just stick to yeah. Let's do this. All right. Besides that, how's everyone going? How's everyone going tonight? Yes, Hero Brian, I remember you. Behind the rock, damn, bro. Sweeping time, damn. All right, let me fix this map real quick. Ooh, this text is kind of large. Let me delete this. Just give me one moment. Let me get the graphics sorted out. All right. Right. All right. So yes, we declare in Shogunus West under the UNC immediately. Select yellow. But what is interesting is the campaign songs. The campaign songs are very interesting. I'll give it to UNC. They had a very catchy campaign song. I'll give it to them. When UNC wins, everybody wins. I'll give it to them. All right. Larry, no waste time. We are unofficially declaring more seats here. All right, I got you. See, who else that? William. All right, and if anybody else in the stream wants the link to the interactive map, it's in chat. If anybody else wants the link to the interactive map, it's in chat. All right, so let's continue. Let's go steadfast and see if we could declare any of the seats right now. The Sunapuna seat, how's it doing? Still there. Oh, we didn't talk about Arangwa's St. Joseph. So, this is interesting. So this was one of the seats that they added on an extra seat to, well, an extra area, or merged rather. And last election, St. Joseph went to the PNM, which was Mr. Everybody knows Terrence Dialsing. Whoa, Alexa. Sir, stop. Sorry about that interruption there. Yes, everyone knows Mr. Terrence Dialsing. He was in a very prominent ministry for the country, and I would say he this was a hard fought seat for him. This was a very hard fought seat for him. He didn't win by a lot of votes, and He's gonna have a equally difficult fight again this year. I think he's gonna have an even bigger fight this year. And if I was to give my unprofessional opinion, I personally, me, RadicleTube, I think Mr. Terence Dialsing me just not get around with St. Joseph for the PNM this year. That is just me, not a political analyst, not a professional one anyway. But I feel like he will just not get it this year. I think this is going to swing to the UNC, but we'll give it time. We'll give it time. Ooh, I was about to declare my arrow, but I may have rushed. Look at this. I was about to declare my arrow, but I think I rushed a little bit. So, of course, just reiterating, other news stations would have their versions of their different maps where it's going to be more updated on their newscast. So, if you're watching the news, their maps obviously are going to be more updated than this news station updating it in real time here. So, if you're watching news, you're probably seeing way more updated information than I am, obviously. So, just want to put that out there. But we as unofficial, people looking, we are going to start declaring seats quicker than them, for sure, because trends are a thing that you have to look at, and it's obvious. It's kind of obvious. I would say it's kind of obvious when you know someone's going to win a seat. I feel like it's fairly kind of obvious. Like, for instance, me declaring Chaguanas West is kind of obvious. There's no way PNM's winning there, right? Let's hit the refresh again. Jeez, David is still pulling ahead, and oh boy, Tobago East may fall. This is interesting. This is very interesting. See, and it's stuff like this that has it's stuff like this that really puts elections into perspective. Do you guys remember that Tobago has been a PNM stronghold for years? For decades. Tobago was PNM. It was a PNM stronghold. And look what we have happening here in 2025. My goodness. So, damn. And then Shamfa is still leading in Tobago West, but she's not leading by a lot. She has now gone up to 1,700 votes, but as you could see, Mr. Jewel is right on Shamfa's heel with 1,600. So I think we would have to watch Tobago very closely as well. Wow. Guys, Tobago is going to be a fight and a half right here. Who would have seen this? I wouldn't say I didn't see this coming, because I remember last election. Wait, let's go back to last election. Let's see if I remember this properly. Right, so I do remember this properly. I remember specifically for 2020, Tobago were they were really upset. Tobagonians were really upset with the PNM, and they were really airing out their frustrations on television. I remember there were several people being interviewed, and several people was like, okay, we're fed up. We're fed up with the PNM. We want someone new. And Tobago almost pulled it off. Even though I would say Watson Duke is not really a good candidate, Tobago was just, for you to vote Watson Duke, you have to be truly fed up. All right. I am going to declare Couva South, even though even though these are early days, I am going to declare Couva South to the UNC. So I'm giving Couva South to the UNC. We're not sticking with that. All right, so let me update that. Yeah, feel like it's only right to give. Yeah. And these are what I'm talking about. You see trends like these. Trends like these have a big habit of repeating themselves. So whether or not this is the reality of our voting map for several years, even though one or two seats have swung, it's traditionally known that the bottom of Trinidad is UNC. It's like traditionally known. And the top half is PNM. And I think a lot of these seats would just go back to Moruga Tableland. Moruga Tableland is another seat that we're gonna have to watch. I totally forgot about this. I totally forgot. So this is one seat in South Trinidad that, oof, this is gonna be a doozy. So we guys are gonna have to pay close attention to Moruga Tableland. There is a chance that this could swing PNM. There is a chance, but you have to wait. So that's gonna be another seat to watch for. Oh, we have Toco Sangre Grande in the house. And ooh, what is happening? Oh, okay. So these are early days. So Toco Sangre Grande is yet another area in the east that is notoriously PNM. And let's just go over last election. Let's see what they did. So last election, the PNM won. They had 10,600 votes. And the UNC had 7,300. So I think we could kind of call that a close race. It's not swingable close, but we could call that a close race. And it seems again that we're gonna get a very close race in Toco Sangre Grande. So this is one seat we will not be declaring until the very end, because it's probably going to be close again. So that is your updated map there. Toco Sangre Grande it is. That's Pepper there. That's Pepper. That's close. Votes now coming. As you see, Roger for the PNM has 342 votes. And Mr. Wayne Sturge, he has 245. I have met both individuals already. I've met Mr. Roger Monroe and I've met Mr. Wayne Sturge. We have a few independents as well here. Let me just take this off. We have a few independents. But you know how independents go in an election when there's two major parties, right? So oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Thank you, Chris. That is. We will be watching between 4 to 5 potential swing seats this election. So oh boy, if your heart is not good, you're gonna be scared about what's happening right now. So yes, Mr. Roger Monroe is getting fought in Toco Sangre Grande. That is something else. Damn. Let's see if I could declare one more seat for somebody. I feel like I could declare Rangwa St. Joseph now, but Mr. Terrence Diason still has a strong presence there. So we're gonna wait. What the? So more votes just came in for Toco Sangre Grande. For anybody from that area, please look away from the stream, please. So we got more updated votes with the refresh. Again, this does not necessarily mean anything. I have to keep reiterating, but in Toco Sangre Grande, in the very, very early stages, Mr. Wayne Sturge from the UNC is in the lead. Mr. Wayne Sturge from the UNC is in the lead for Toco Sangre Grande. Huh. So I don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to say about this, but this is just what we're working with here, folks. Don't shoot the messenger, but the UNC is leading in Toco Sangre Grande. Interesting. And what did we have pop up here? Princess Tongue. Guys, Princess Tongue, I'm gonna immediately declare for UNC. I'm not even gonna waste time. I'm not gonna. Oh, and Superior has already popped up for the UNC as well. So, guys, I'm not gonna waste time with either of these seats. These seats are UNC strongholds, not even light strongholds. These two seats here are big strongholds for the UNC. So, I'm already declaring Princess Tongue for the UNC, and Superior is a no-brainer. Like, let's not even pretend Superior is come on, that's a no-brainer. So, we're gonna declare 2 seats immediately for the UNC on the stream. Princess Tongue has obviously gone back to the UNC. That's a given. So let's update our information. These are like no-brainer seats. As I said again, guys, this is the point of the stream. We talking political commentary. We're listening. We're looking at it live, and we will be early declaring seats. We ain't waiting for newscasts and stuff. But we are doing the more obvious ones, though. We're not doing close seats and picking on those. So let me just update this. Alright, so Princess Tongue goes under the UNC. You do not want to stay. Okay, there we go. That works. And then obviously Superior, like we knew this already. Let's not pretend. It's obvious that Kamala Pisesa Prasad is gonna win Superior. That's her hometown. It's been UNC for a millennia. Oh boy. Alright, so we are declaring Superior, obviously. And no one should really have an issue with this because, like I said, these are obvious seats every election. Very, very obvious seats. Alright, so that brings our tally to the UNC to 4. Alright, so we are giving UNC 4 seats in the earlies. We are giving UNC 4 seats in the earlies. These are fairly obvious. Fairly obvious. Alright, so let's hit a refresh again. Okay, we have more stuff coming in on the map. What is this? This is Naparima. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm not waiting. I'm giving Naparima immediately. This is another seat that was heavily won, I think. Let me just double check. Yeah, it was heavily won last election by 11,000 votes. There is no reason in my mind I think PNM is getting this seat. So if you guys would agree that we're not wasting time with Naparima either, we are giving UNC Naparima. This is like a no-brainer as well. So let's make the necessary call. We're not about wasting time over here. Naparima goes back to the UNC. Again, not a surprise. Alright, so on our counter that is 5. Yeah, like Christopher, we're not wasting time in Naparima. That's like fairly obvious. We're not wasting time. Like Naparima is UNC, like that's a given. Oof, well. Oh, Caroni East, this is also known. This is Caroni East of last year. Caroni East was won by a whopping 12k votes. Ideally I should call this null. I really should call Caroni and Shogunas East null. But you know what? Before I call them, I'm gonna ask you guys, what do you think? Everybody in chat. Should we immediately call Caroni East and Shogunas East, or do you want me to wait? Because I feel like these two seats are callable. What are we thinking here, everyone? I'm looking for input. Call it? Damn. Let me just wait for anybody's input again. Are we calling the 2 seats in Central there one time? It's okay, Sheila. I feel like calling Caroni East and Shogunas East. I feel like there's no coming back here. Tobago, let's see. Yeah, Tobago is updating slowly on this map, but we'll see how things go there. Alright, that's all I was looking for. I just want to make sure that me and you guys in the chat are all on board. I'm just making sure me and you guys in chat are on board. So, guys, it looks like we're going to call 2 more seats for the UNC. Just happy we are all on the same page. This is one hell of an election night. What should we call? Let's see. Yeah, we calling Caroni East for sure. We're calling Caroni East for sure. You know what? Let's call Shagona Sis one time. That's not even weird, bro. If it switches, then we'll fix that. But we calling Shagona Sis one time. We not messing about. We calling Shagona Sis. We being bold about our callings, so let me stick to being bold about our callings. All right, now we're gonna call Caroni East. All right, add this scene. Caroni East. Oh, I have to hit the OK. Make this a little bit bigger. All right, so we call that. That's gonna be 7. All right, so we're not sticking here. We're not sticking at all. We're being honest and transparent. Ooh, okay. We have data. We have more data. We will start to include the PNM just now. We're gonna include the PNM just now because we have information for the PNM before we make this look too one-sided. We have information for the PNM. We're gonna fill in the PNM. Let me just see what just came in here. So Couva North just came in, and I could say with confidence Miss Jolene John is leading by 5,000 votes, and Brent is 1,000. I don't think there's no coming back. There is no passing Miss Jolene John, and Jolene John has been a staple for the UNC. So it is in my limited expertise that I am going to call Couva North. There is no coming back in Couva North for the PNM. So this is going to be yet another declaration. It's going to be a declaration on my part again. I don't think this is a surprise anyway. All right, so let's fix that up immediately. All right, so Couva North, Couva South, both UNC. Fairly obvious. Okay. Yeah, no coming back in Couva for sure. We're not pretending over here. There's no coming back. So let's see, check this map, see what we could declare for the PNM. The votes are coming in so slow on this map for San Fernando West. I could give San Fernando West to the PNM, but let's see what we have over here. We have Rondell Mitchell for Labrie. What was that last year? So the PNM won Labrie last year. They had 9,000 votes and UNC had 5,000 votes. Based on a less than 2,000 vote difference, I am going to hold off from declaring this PNM. I'm going to hold off for like maybe 15 to 30 minutes. But this may just be a repeat for Mr. Randall. I'm going to hold off just for a little bit. So, Labrie, we keeping you in limbo for now. And for point 14, oh my goodness. Mr. Kennedy Richards Jr. has 2,147 votes. And Mr. Ernesto has 1,926. So I don't know what's going on there either. That's pressure. I don't think I'll be declaring anything in Southwest Trinidad for PNM. I'm leaving that alone. I'm leaving those 2 seats alone in the bottom west of Trinidad. That's I ain't gonna touch that just yet. That's some serious things happening there. Alright, so we have information for Oropouche West. Let's just take a quick look at last year. Well, not last year, but so last election UNC won Oropouche by 11,000. I feel like I could declare Oropouche from now. Even though it's 1,500 votes, I feel like I could declare Oropouche. So you know what? I'm sticking to my promise of not sticking, and we're going to declare Oropouche West for the UNC. I don't think PNM has any fights in that region, so we are giving UNC this very, very early. Alright, so Oropouche West is going to UNC. Oh, that's my mistake. Alright, so we have declared 9 early seats for the UNC. Yeah, she'll leave space so when it goes into double digits. Yeah, to be fair, I would say yes. UNC are winning most of their seats. That is correct. Oh, also thank you everyone for those of you who have subscribed. I just saying, I'm not a political analyst. I'm not a professional one by any means. I am just someone who really go based on trends and what I've seen, and just knowing when you could call a seat or not. So don't take what I say for facts. Let me put a disclaimer out there before anybody run and say UNC winning or PNM winning. We're all doing this together, and I feel like you could know when someone's gonna win a seat. So we're just doing this here and we're keeping you all up to date and abreast with everything. Also, like I said, thank you for those of you who have subscribed. If anybody else would like to subscribe to the channel, that would be wonderful. I do way more than political analogy. I do events, I do carnivals, I do stuff like that. So if anybody wants to subscribe to the channel, feel free to click the subscribe button, which is at the bottom of the stream, or go to the bottom right. Go to the bottom right of the stream and you'd see a small red picture that's of me. If you click that small red picture of me in the bottom right, you'd see the subscribe button pop up. So UNC have to win? Damn. Wait. Did you vote though? That's the important question. Alright, let's hit a refresh real quick. Yes, so Sheena, thank you very much for indicating. I just realized that the blue dots on this map are declarations. I just realized the blue dots are actually indeed declarations, Sheena. So you are correct, even though you don't really know what's going on in our politics, not being a Trinidadian. So we have declarations on the map. The blue dots on it are declarations, and they have declared. I mean, we didn't even need this declaration for Shogunas West. Look at how much this guy, Mr. Cullen, is leading by. Man has 16,000 votes. That's like, there's no winning there. And obviously, we knew Kamala possesses besides her seat. We obviously knew that she's gonna win that. So they have declared Siparia and they have officially declared Shogunas. So on official news broadcast, they have declared 2 seats. But we feel like it's obvious you could declare way more than 2 seats based on what's happening already. So officially there are 2 seats declared, but we could declare more than that. Oh boy, so I am getting some information from Talparo. I'm getting some information from Talparo, but we'll discuss that just now. I think we are ready to declare another UNC seat. I think we are ready to declare another UNC seat. Our approach west. Wait, do I have that already? Okay, I have our approach. So our approach east is what I need to declare then. Yeah, so I should have declared this off the bat. There's no way PNM was ever winning over Mr. Mooney Lau. That's like a given. This is his era. This is his stronghold. So we are going to go ahead and declare our approach east to the UNC. This, in my opinion, is another one of those things I call a no-brainer. We are not waiting for any official sources. This is obviously going to go to the UNC. And we're waiting for the traditional red wall up on top of the north coast of Trinidad to come in. These seats on top here take really long to count because these seats, it happens every election. The information for the top half of Trinidad always comes in a little bit later because these constituencies contain way more people than these vast areas of Caroni and Faizabad and Siparia. Like, these areas are sparse. There's not a lot of people in these areas. The top half of Trinidad is where there's a lot of people packed into, like Arima, Ruka, Sangre Grande, Toco, you know, Curep. All these areas are where there's a lot of people. So these results normally always take a long time to come in. So we're always gonna have to wait on those. But in the meantime, we're gonna call Unofficial East. This is a no-brainer. And let's carry the tally to 10 seats for UNC. Oop, where'd the 10 go? Okay. Alright, so that has been declared. Alright, so we have some data coming in here for the PNM. Aranga St. Joseph is... Mr. Terence Dialsing seemed to be still in the lead. He's now up to 2,832 votes. This may be updated elsewhere to even more. But Mr. Terence Dialsing is seeming to still be in the lead. And now we have information for Barataria San Juan. But the results has not been updated here as yet still. And Tobago has gone all blue. Tobago has gone all blue. Remember we spoke about this? Tobago is going blue. So this is interesting. Tobago is going all blue. Let me just check the figures that we have here. David's still in the lead, and Chamfer just got passed by Joel. Joel is 3,924 votes, but these are still early days in Tobago. But so far in the early stages, Tobago has gone all blue, which is, in the grand scheme of things, very crazy to think about, because Tobago is known to be a PNM stronghold, but ooh. Lohoketa Talparo is what I wanted to talk about. Now, information for Lohoketa Talparo is not on this map yet, but I have a source that is saying there is an extreme fight in UNC for Lohoketa Talparo, which would be a great loss to the PNM, since the PNM has had this seat for a number of years. I would not say that this is a PNM stronghold. It's not. But PNM has led in this seat for quite a while. And I am hearing information out there that UNC is fighting vigorously for the Talparo Lohoketa seat. So we're going to see what happens when it pops on the map officially. But that's just early information for you guys, that Lohoketa Talparo is being fought hard by the UNC. I've heard from 2 sources so far that is what's happening. In my unprofessional opinion, Arima would go red. Arima would go to the PNM. I know nothing is guaranteed. What the heck? All this is Arima? Wow. Arima would probably just return back to PNM. I don't really see Arima going to the UNC. Like seats like this, Aruka Lopino is a PNM stronghold as well. Malabar, Mosika. Can't speak on that right now. St. Augustine might just go back to the PNM. St. Anne's East would be PNM as well. Diego Martin. I think Diego Martin would be a seat that I could call without any votes coming in. Let's see how you guys feel about it. Even though we don't have no data yet for Diego Martin, Northeast, do you guys think I can declare Diego Martin to PNM just because it's obvious? Let me see what you guys think in chat. Can we declare Diego Martin for PNM as a fairly obvious choice? What do you guys think about that? No? Damn. What do you mean no? It's like Diego Martin. I feel like Diego Martin is an obvious seat. Not yet? Damn. Alright, well. Okay, fine. I guess I'll be waiting with you guys. Alright. Just had a little refreshment there. Let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. Let's hit a refresh again. Alright, so what did they just declare on this map? Oh, they declared Arapuch East. Yeah, we knew that. We knew that. That's a no-brainer. They better drop all them prices. Okay, let me see this prediction again. This said, well, this prediction already has gone out the window, so I think I could close this window. This was from a reputable analytics website that normally does stuff like this, where they go around in different elections in the world, and based on what they're seeing and what information they've gathered, they state what they think is gonna happen. And this website said they think UNC is going to win 21 of the projected seats and PNM is going to hold 20. This is already wrong because there's a big situation going on in Tobago. So this prediction is already out the window. So I think I could close that. I don't need to look to that anymore. That's clearly already gone based on what's happening here. Okay, so guys, look at what's happening in Tunapuna. Let me just see what Tunapuna looked like last time. Okay, so Tunapuna last election, Mr. Esmond Ford had 9,460 votes and David had 7,500. Okay, so it seems Tunapuna is being closely contested. Very closely contested. Look at this. This is something we touched on early in the stream when I just started. And look at the numbers. Remember when Roger was 200 and Esmond was 200 and something? It's still neck and neck, and I don't know what to think about Tunapuna. Mr. Esmond Ford is on 3,429 votes, and Mr. Roger Alexander is on 3,880 votes. So we may witness the first or maybe second fall of a PNM seat tonight. In your faces, guys. This is what's happening in Tunapuna. This is one of the swing seats I set to look at. Look at this swing seat. And look at what's happening. This is unprecedented to see in Tunapuna. Roger Alexander. This policeman is leading in Tunapuna for the UNC. Isn't this something? The UNC is leading in Tunapuna with Mr. Roger. Frasian, you see what's on the screen on my right? These are not official news source call-ins. These are unofficial based on the trends we're seeing. And most likely all these seats you see on the right for the UNC are going to be UNC. Because they are so UNC heavy to begin with. So you could almost call them correct results. But because I am not a political analyst and I am not counting the votes, you can't for sure just go out and say yes. You know, these are UNC seats. But based on what I've seen, these are obviously going to UNC, unofficially. But you could do with that, with whatever you want to do with that information, you could go out and do. But me personally, UNC has all these seats I have up there. Like, there's no second guessing or going back to look at results for these areas. I think UNC has all of them. It's quite obvious. Oh, Caroni Central came in. Caroni Central has come in, and Caroni Central is going to UNC. So let's call that immediately. And yes, Mr. David Lee. I've had the pleasure of meeting David Lee several times. I've worked at his house. Spoken to him. This is a proper cocktail. So this could be called. There's no way PNM is winning Caroni East with these figures. So we're going to give Caroni Central to UNC. Let's update that now. What an election this is, bro. Right, make the updates. Okay. Caroni Central. Yeah, so giving Caroni Central to the UNC, it's obvious, fairly obvious. Okay, so this is what I was talking about here, guys. It popped up on the map. We have an update from Lohokata Talparo. And this right here, guys, this right here is a problem. This right here is a problem. This right here is a problem. And it's not a problem to me, but it's a problem to the PNM. And I can call this election from now. I can call this election based on what I have just seen from now. I could call it. I'm just saying, as of this moment, I can call this election of who have won this election. This seat falling here is very, very, very big. This is very big. And this is a major hit right here. So I can unofficially, I don't even need all of the seats on this map. I could unofficially call this election from now. But we're not going to do that. I think it's fairly obvious. You guys would know who is taking this election. But this seat that is going on here, that is being fought, that is a problem. Do I have Princess Tongue up here? I'm pretty sure I have Princess Tongue, right? Yeah, I have Princess Tongue. I had that early. That was an easy thing. Oh, do I have to refresh again? Whoa, what? Why is it glitching? Okay, cool. Alright, so Faizabad is notoriously UNC. Faizabad is notoriously UNC. I am going to hold off for 15 minutes for Faizabad, even though I think I could confidently call Faizabad for UNC currently. But we're gonna hold off. We're gonna hold off on Faizabad right now. We're gonna hold off on Faizabad just now, but we could call Faizabad. Okay, we got Naparima, we got Princestown, we got we call Miara, right? Did we call Miara? Oh, we haven't called Miara? Oh, what? Bro. We calling Miara now. I could have sworn I called Miara. Alright, so the next seat we're calling is Miara. Alright, let's put it up. Alright, we got Miara now. We are seeing some very, very big early blows to the PNM. What about Grande? Oh boy, you guys would love to know about Grande, huh? um, we are still waiting for more votes to come in. I think this might switch back. I think there's updated figures probably on the news for Grande because we are still lagging behind in numbers. But don't take my word for it. We still have UNC in the lead for Sandy Grande. Oh, Lenny, what did you ask? Let's see what you said. Lenny, it coming, Lenny. I don't know when, but it coming. So who went in Tobago? Funny enough, as it stands, reiterating it's still lead, but seeing where it stands, I don't think either party is winning Tobago. As you could see, Tobago has chosen something completely different. Tobago has done their own thing, which they did promise to do last election. Tobago said they came out and told the public we are fed up of both PNM and UNC. They did warn everybody what they're about to do, and they have kept their way. They have voted for they have voted for change. So. Alright, I think I have both Couva North and Couva South, right? Couva. Wait, I don't have Couva South code? Hmm. Strange. Well, we are calling Couva South next on the list. We're calling Couva South next on the list. Oh wait, I have Cougar South. I'm blind. It's the second seat we called of the day. Cool. Never mind. Leventhal results are taking long, but I can assure you that Leventhal, either one is going to the PNM. I can assure you those two seats are going to the PNM. Oh, Claxton, son, what the? um, uh, um, um, okay. I want everybody on stream to look at this, what I just found. I want everybody on stream to look at this, what I just found. If this holds, these are still early days. I'm sure it will change, but in case it doesn't, in case it does not change, I want you guys to see something very interesting. If this holds, which is gonna be absolutely mad. Do you see what seat I'm on right now? I am sure more votes are gonna come in. These are early days. But in the very early counting and the update on this website, San Fernando West, hear my words, San Fernando West is in the hands of the UNC. But these are early days. But if this holds somehow, this is probably gonna be the biggest thing in this election. This has not been seen ever. San Fernando. That is wild to think about. That is actually wild to think about. But it is too early. It is too early. It is too early. That could very well change. I'm just reiterating that is way too early, but it's very interesting seeing an early lead like that. It's very interesting. Point Fortin. Oh, the battle in Point Fortin has switched to yellow. However, it's heating up in Point Fortin. PNM was leading in Point Fortin an hour ago. Look how close these votes are. Mr. Ernesto has taken the lead. He is 4,151 votes. Mr. Kennedy is 4,007 votes. This is good. This is close. This is swing seat labeled. This is a swing seat apparently right now. Wow, this is something else. Tobago is alright, so we have more updated figures from Shamfa's constituency. Shamfa is fighting the battle of her life, ladies and gentlemen. So far, Shamfa in Tobago is fighting the battle of her life. If you look at this, Shamfa has not been able to wiggle her way past at all. Shamfa is fighting the battle of her life. She is 6,753 votes. And Mr. Jewel is 6,763 votes. And these two have been neck and neck. This is the battle of a lifetime right now. So we are having battles everywhere on the map. And this is one of the closest. Shamfa is legit fighting for her life in Tobago. Wow. Let's see how Tobago fared last time. Yeah, Shamfa had no fight. Look at this. Shamfa had no fight in Tobago West last election. Shamfa was clear of everybody. She was clear. And now she's involved in the battle of her life right now. This is crazy. And the way you would know this is the battle of her life, Last election, Shamfa got 9,000 votes, right? And at this point in this election, she's already 6,000. So that means she's not gonna get that much. She's not gonna get that much else. So this seat might fall tonight. I'm not too sure if she could hold on, guys. My goodness. June, it was not looking like this last election, no. The only thing that, if I was to slightly break it down for you, let me show you. Around this time, early results, these yellows at the bottom here, it's normal. It's completely normal to see all these yellows at the bottom here. And these yellows in the center of Trinidad is also normal. What is not normal is seeing Tobago blue this early in the election. This is not something that has been seen so before. This is already showing changes happening. As well as these seats at the bottom here, they were either red or uncolored, which means they're still counting up votes. We never had colors this early in an election before. Also, we have an important seat, Moruga Tableland, which is going yellow. This is an important seat for the PNM. This is also not seen for the election. And we're having a fight in Toco Sangre Grande. We almost never have fights in Toco Sangre Grande. So, to answer your question shortly, no, this has not been seen previously. And this all means this is a very bad sign for the current government. And like I said, I could make a declaration of who's winning just based on this already. There's stuff early happening that has not been, seen this early. Yeah, so the UNC does have 4 confirmed seats. The UNC does have 4 confirmed seats, but these news stations and these stations always like to really be meticulous about these stuff, and they wait till the very last minute, which is fine. You don't want a news station rushing to declare a seat and then it switches somehow. That station is going to come under fire. So they wait till the very last minute, which is why we could do it as a standalone YouTube channel. We could do stuff like this, We could declare seats already. Literally all these seats for UNC on my screen are going to be declared anyway. Because I am that confident. It's obvious. Alright, let's hit a refresh. Let's see if anything new comes in. Oh, wait, what? Oh my goodness. Guys, what is happening? Aruka Lopino. You know what? We'll wait for Marvin Gonzalez votes to come in. We will wait. I just realized he's on 0. So this is a common bug in the map. So we'll wait for this, but Aruka Lopino, they have counted a bunch of votes for Natalie so far, but we're gonna wait for Mr. Marvin Gonzalez votes to come in. Huh. This is very interesting. I feel I could almost call Moruga Tableland at this point. Check Faizabad. Got you. Let's refresh one more time. Check Faizabad. I feel like we don't I feel like I could declare Faizabad. The numbers are taking really long to come in, but based on every year, I feel like I could call Faizabad for UNC. UNC win by so much in Faizabad, so I think I'm just gonna call Faizabad. No, so we're gonna do that. I was just waiting to see if they would have updated it, but they're taking long. So I'm gonna officially call Faizabad. PNM does not win there at all, so let's not pretend. We're all about not pretending on this channel. So we are going to call Faizabad. Alright, let's make that change now. Faizabad. Alright. I really don't see anything changing in Faizabad at all. Okay, our push is still strong. Naparima is still... Oh, Naparima. They should declare this one time. We have Naparima. I think it's probably declared. You have to declare Naparima. That's obvious. Princess Tongue should be officially declared as well. They're taking long. They're still counting up in... Oof. Oof. Ooh, 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 ooh. We have updated figures. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. How you feel about Tobago? My opinions about Tobago is good for them. Good for them. I am not too particularly fond of Shamfa is still in the fight of her life. Let me remind you of that, by the way. She's still in the fight of her life right here. So I don't know what's gonna happen here. But I would not be upset if they switch leadership. I feel like there could be better leaders than Shamfa. I really have not looked at this Ayana person too much last year. But you know what? We could declare to be... Well, I haven't put anything for this party, and I'm not going to. But the TPP has... we could declare Tobago East won by the TPP. This is a straight out loss for Ayana, for the PNM. So we are declaring Tobago East to the TPP. The PNM has lost that seat. We are declaring that officially here. PNM has lost Tobago East, guys, ladies and gentlemen. We are declaring Tobago has lost. PNM has lost Tobago East. TPP has that. I'm not gonna put it up as a graphic, but you guys know firsthand it's lost. So St. Joseph, this map's kind of updating slow with these figures, unfortunately. But we have Aruka Lupino in red. This is what I was saying in terms of his votes. His votes just need to update. This is a known PNM stronghold. This is a known PNM stronghold. And I could call this now, but I'ma just wait a little bit. I'm gonna wait a little bit before I call that. Around West St. Joseph, here you go. Oh, Terrence pulled ahead by a little bit. He's almost at 3,000 votes. I'm not gonna call that for PNM yet either. I'm waiting a little bit because of how close last election was. For Barataria, the numbers still haven't updated. We are taking long in Barataria, Samuel. Roger is still in Tunapuna, but Mr. Marvin Gonzalez, as expected, he's pulling ahead in Aruca Lopino. Arima is being looked at. I have early reports that PNM is ahead in Arima, but we'll probably see that updated soon sometime. Diego Martin has not been updated on this map yet, but I think if we use just a tad bit of past experiences, I feel like we know where Diego Martin would head. I feel like we know where Diego would head. So, but it hasn't been updated on the map yet, unfortunately. Well, at least on my map. Alright, let's go back to San Fernando and... Okay, so we're gonna wait. These are early figures. Just like how in Aruca Lopino, how we saw one figures being portrayed. We're gonna wait for Mr. Brian Manning, notoriously known as the son of the late great Patrick Manning. Ideally, we don't expect Brian Manning to lose his seat. However, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait till this turns. I have no doubt that this is gonna be red, but we're gonna wait. I know this map is gonna get a lot of UNC supporters happy, but these are really early figures and they have not counted PNM figures for San Fernando West and San Fernando East as yet. So we would hold out for these two constituencies, which are strongholds. UNC declared Claxton. I mean, it was about time, man. Oh, wow. Okay, so, oh boy. We have more updated figures from Point Fortin. Point Fortin seems to still, at this point in time, still be going to the UNC. We have updated figures. Mr. Ernesto Quesar is still leading in Point Fortin. He is 7,064 votes now. He's up over 7,000 now. Mr. Kennedy Richards has just crossed 6,000, so we may see Point Fortin fall here tonight. We are still in the lead in Point Fortin for the UNC, so that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Alright, so this is what the map is looking like right now. You guys have the whole view. This is what the map is basically looking like right now. What time is it? It is currently 10. It is currently 10:15 in Trinidad and Tobago, and we have a fight on our hands, boys. Why Tobago have 9 parties? Oh man. Hey, Kay, it's fine. It's fine, Kay. Don't worry about it. It's election. We'll drop that. We'll drop that for now. All right. Let's get back into it. Oh, where's my mouse? Interesting. Okay, there it is. Just look at, this is the last election again. This is what last election mapped. Just reiterating, this is what last election map looked like. This is what it looked like last election. All right, so just Let's memorize this map of last election. This is 2020. And you could already see some changes, some interesting changes happening. Chloe, I could tell you in my unprofessional opinion, I am going to answer you straight. At this point in this election, I can unofficially say that I have firmly believed the UNC has taken the 2025 Trinidad and Tobago general elections. I can tell you that. That is my unofficial opinion. I declare that I firmly believe UNC has taken this election this year. But we will officially wait, however. But that is my say. We have already seen very crucial seats fallen from the PNM. We have already seen crucial seats. And one of the crucial seats, I will go back over to where the PNM just got slapped up. They get cough. You see this seat here? Losing this seat here is one of the biggest punches of this election, because this was won by the PNM several times, and they're having a hell of a time in this constituency right now. And by the way things are looking right now, it looks like PNM will not take Lahaka to Talparo. And this is a very, very, very important seat. We are still early days in Toco Sangre Grande, but if Toco Sangre Grande falls to the UNC, that is yet another major hit. I'm just going over the major hits right now for the PNM. Toco Sangre Grande is a known PNM stronghold. If this falls tonight, that's another area where they got slapped. We also see what's going on in Tunapuna with Mr. Roger Alexander for the UNC. This is not a PNM stronghold, however, it was under the PNM after they swung it from the UNC last election. And it seems to be swinging back to the UNC this year. So these three seats here, Tunapuna, Lohakata, Talparo, and Toco Sangre Grande, these three seats going to the UNC is undoubtedly slapping up the PNM right now. These are all detrimental. And I firmly believe, I think these are going to stay. At least Talparo and Tunapuna are going to stay this way. And if these are going to stay this way, UNC has won the election. My opinion. The Pekong party map. What about Tobago? Bro. You just can see. Yeah. Mr. Keith Christopher Rowley. And it is obvious. Like, this early, it is obvious that the PNM is not winning. And Tobago has voted for change. And my dear friends, the people who are asking about Tobago, this is the change Tobago has asked for. And, ooh. Shamfa is continuing to fight for her life. Shamfa is continuing to fight for her life in Tobago West. She has, for the first time, passed Mr. Joel Sampson. But there's still more votes to come in Tobago West. There's still more votes to come into Tobago West. But Shamfa is one of the only people in this entire election who's fighting for her life. So we have an update in Tobago. In Tobago West, Shamfa has just nudged ahead, but not by a lot. Shamfa is now 6,773 votes. Joel is 6,763. But that doesn't mean a thing. We're still waiting for 100% of the votes to be counted. But as it stands, Shamfa has finally pulled a small lead in Tobago. So that is an update there. That's interesting. Let's check Brian Manning. Brian Manning has pulled ahead in San Fernando East, as expected. Alright, so Brian Manning has pulled ahead in San Fernando East. I feel like I could call San Fernando East and Aruca Lupino for PNM. Let me just get a drink of water, guys, and I will be back to declare those seats at least for PNM. But Shamfa is fighting for her life in Tobago. Alright. Alright, so Claxton Bay. Alright, so Claxton Bay is not yet on this map, but Claxton Bay is in the hands of the UNC. Claxton Bay is in the hands of the UNC. It's not yet here, but it is. Let me check what Tabakit was last time. So Tabakit will probably be under the UNC again. I have no doubt in my mind that Tabakit would be under UNC again. I am waiting anxiously for Moruga Tableland. I'm waiting anxiously for Moruga Tableland. But in my honest opinion, I think the PNM is losing this election. Not just losing, but I think PNM is about to lose this election badly. I'm watching what's happening. Once these areas come in, I think PNM is about to lose this election badly. It's gonna be a landslide. No, well, Guru, we have anticipated like an hour ago that UNC have won this election. It was kind of obvious an hour ago, which is what I said. We early declared this election. I'm just waiting to see how badly the UNC cuts PNM tail. That's all I'm waiting on. But we saw from pretty early, an hour and a half ago, what was happening. Where's my stats, bro? Oh! Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright. This is what the map looks like so far. We have an update. This is what the map looks like currently. Take it in. Watch at it. This is what the map looks like currently. So you guys see what's going on. This is what the map looks like at this point in time. Ooh, Papa. I just want some numbers, man. I think the map broke. Alright, so alright, so we are here. We are just waiting to see how much seats exactly UNC are about to get. But at this point in time, guys, it is fairly obvious. It is fairly obvious that the next government of Trinidad and Tobago is obviously the UNC. And the PNM has officially conceded the election. And Kamala is probably prepared to speak as we speak. So I could officially declare that the UNC has won. Polls are officially declaring that the UNC has won. It's just all a formality right now to see who gets what seat. This is turning out to be very heavy licks, as we say in Trinidad and Tobago. This is a landslide victory, it looks like. Alright, as we see more areas coming in. These would have been known areas. These would have been known areas for the PNM. So the PNM has captured Aruka. They have captured both Diego Martin East and West. They have captured well, we're waiting for St. Anne's figures, but they're leading in St. Anne's. And as you see, it doesn't matter. It does not matter what seats PNM gets out of these remaining. It does not matter. They have already lost the election, evidently. So they could get all these seats here, and it will not matter. It would not help. It would not even be close to helping their case. So all these seats here probably would go to the PNM. And that, folks, is probably the end of it all. So we are in a stage of it's not really mattering right now, but we want to see how badly the licks is. THC PDP. Wow. NNV. I have to look up a lot of these parties. The IDA. What? APP. Damn. Alright. There. There you have it, folks. This is what the map of Trinidad and Tobago looks like in the 2025 general election. Here we have it. I don't know what you would like to do with this map, but this is what we're looking at. We have some really major surprises. Yeah, this is some solid licks. Solid licks. Can't even lie. This is a landslide victory. This is solid licks right here. This is some Avengers level licks almost. Let me take a quick screenshot of this. My goodness. All right, let me take a small Alright, so as we stand, the PNM probably does have one or two areas that are going to go to them. But we are waiting. All right, so in the meantime, we are going to just play a song. For those of you, I could see we have a fair bit of UNC people in chat. So it's only a customary that we play the theme song of you guys. You guys have had a whoppingly good theme song, and I feel it's fitting to give you all this in this moment.
When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Tobago wins. Tobago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Tell your neighbor, tell your friend, now is the time to rise and shine. Tell your mother, tell your father, now is the time to decide. If you want leaders who can build, place your ex by the rising sun. If you want leaders who can lead properly, place your ex by the rising sun. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, UNC, one love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day, vote UNC, one love, one team, one hope, one dream.
All right, so that was a song for you guys there. That was a song for you guys there. Hey, thank you, Bill, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Those of you who are leaving now that you have confirmation that the UNC have won the election, feel free to follow the channel on your way out. I do more stuff than stuff like this. I do carnival events. I do hiking events. I do pan. If you guys follow the channel, you guys would join me on my trip to Point Fortin, where they would have their birthday celebrations. I'll be live Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. This Thursday, this Friday, and then the main day on Saturday. So if you guys are interested in stuff like that, I'll be live at the birthday celebrations in Point Fortin. Follow the channel. It's very easy to subscribe on your way out. You know, hit your boy with a little subscribe. That'll be nice. Feel free to. There's 2 ways to subscribe. The bottom right of the stream, there's a small red picture of me. The bottom right, there's a small red picture of me. Once you click that, you see the subscribe button come up. Or you go under the stream, come out to the chat, go under the stream, and you see the subscribe button right there. So you'd keep in the know, you'd come vibe with us for, now that the election is over, we could all vibe again. You could vibe with us in Point Fortin for birthday. You know, that's a big, nice little event that they have down there, so. Yeah, I remember you, Admiral. Alright, so congratulations to everyone who voted for the UNC. I know you guys are in your happy glee moment. I know you guys are buzzing with excitement. You guys are super happy. I'm happy for you guys. They say the voice of the people is the voice of change. You guys want to change, and change is what you will get. So, well done. The country did say they want change, and they have forced change. There's change happening in Tobago. There's change in some South seats. UNC even took a bite out of the notorious P&M stronghold in the north. That is surprising. So yeah. We're just gonna stay on for a little bit. Those of you guys are welcome to stay on just for a little bit. We're going to stay on just for a little bit, just to finish up as the results come in. Feel free to chill. Let's see if the map's working. Okay, so Tobago has... Tamfa Kojo has lost. He has not lost by a lot, but Chamfa Kojo has lost a seat in Tobago West. So Tobago has gone all blue. From all red 4 years ago, Tobago has gone all blue. That is quite something. Oh, I could take these things off now. Right, so as you see here, Shamfa has lost in Tobago, and PNM on the whole has lost in Tobago. Tobago has gone all blue. Tobago was unable to pull Point Fortin. They were unable to pull Point Fortin. They lost Lohakata Talparo. They lost Toco Sangre Grande. They lost Tunapuna. They lost Arang West St. Joseph. They've lost St. Augustine. They have lost. I don't think we have talking about They have lost San Fernando West. PNM has lost San Fernando West. I don't think you guys interpret how significant this election has been. San Fernando West has been lost. It's crazy to me. That is unprecedented. Okay, Rajesh. Oh wait, let me take a new picture with. I didn't take a picture with PNM getting boot out to Tobago. Let me take an updated screenshot of this. It switched when I was taking a screenshot. Alright, got that loaded up. Alright, so do you guys want to watch when the time is right, do you guys want to watch Kamla Possessor's facade speech on here? Or what are we doing? Let me delete this. Have a good night, Lenny. You're gonna sleep, Ian? Have a good night. Anybody else? Have a good night. Randy, true. Alright, no problem. Woo, Papa. What a night this is. Okay, let me upload this. Alright, let's see. Hey, Fiat. I'll get it for you 1 second, Joel, but it's a landslide in any case. It's a actual landslide. Alright, let me pull up the next map real quick. Nah. Nah. Nah, I not drinking no stock because UNC win, brother. The most I will do is I'll eat more doubles. But nah. I can't be switching to stock. That is abomination. That's a sin. Nah, you can't catch me like that. You can't catch me like that, sorry. Not at all. Nice try, though. Okay, pull this up. All right, so far in the counting, we have UNC with 18 seats. I'm sure more would come true, but we have UNC officially counted off with 18 seats so far. PNM officially has been counted off with 7. And TPP has, well, obviously, you see what the TPP has. They got the 2 in Tobago. So for the people asking for the count, that's the count right now. UNC has 18. The PNM has 7. The TPP has 2. And we'll wait for everybody to finish. All right. Camera talking. All right. 1 second.
You for staying on the course and believing in our great party. Thank you for your confidence for a better TNT. And for letting the world know that we, the people, have the real power in Trinidad and Tobago. We the people, you are the people, you are the government. Not the fake elites, not the financiers with all their money, but the real people of Trinbago who have toiled and kept faith that you deserve better. This victory is for the senior citizens to keep their pensions. This victory is for public servants to get their rightful salary increases. This victory is to reopen the Children's Hospital. This victory is to reopen Petrotrin. This victory is to once again give laptops to our children. This victory is to create over 50,000 jobs. And so, the victory is yours. Now that the UNC has won, everybody wins. We have fought a clean campaign. We have fought a campaign based on policies, plans, and programs. After years we spent listening to you and taking note of your wants, your needs, your hopes, and your desires. It is now that the real work starts. From day one, we'll be focused on delivering on our promises, working to make every citizen's life better, brighter, more prosperous. I give you the assurance tonight that no one will be left behind. No one will be left behind. Because when UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. We will walk into government together. You will now have a Prime Minister who cares. A Prime Minister who loves you. A Prime Minister who will fight so that we all win together. We will work for you. You are the real bosses. And we are here to serve. Serve the people. Serve the people. Serve the people. You have an elected people-centered government for the people, by the people, and with the people. So permit me again to say thank you. Thank you. Let us rejoice and celebrate this day in our history. This has been a tremendous blessing. And once again, I thank you, Trinidad and Tobago. We will be with you every step of the way over the next 5 years and beyond. And I want to say tonight, and beyond, I want to say tonight to all our candidates who gave everything that they did, every muscle, every sinew they strained and worked so hard. Give it up for all our candidates of the UNC. Give it up for the candidates of the coalition of interests. And I say, get ready to win. It is time to win. Because now that the UNC did win, everybody wins. I have told you before, I have always told you, you have had leaders before me. You will have leaders after me. But I know you will never, ever have a leader who loves you as much as I do. May the good Lord continue to bless and keep each and every one of you. I thank you. Thank you. God bless.
All right, so there you had the new Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago's victory speech. There you have it. Let me just see if anything has changed on the map. Okay, so Rima came in, obviously. Yeah, this is one hell of a day. Alright, so time for us to talk. Time for us to talk and chat. Time for us to talk and chat. What are you guys feeling? What's the mood in the chat amongst you guys? What's the mood in the chat? How are you feeling? What are you guys looking forward to in chat? How are you feeling about this result? Did you feel like this was the right decision? What are you guys feeling? What's the atmosphere? Where you guys are at? Tell me. I want to know everything. So tell me if this means a lot to you, if you see a lot of good coming out of this. Let's have a conversation. They're still counting, but they're probably going to get well over 20. They're probably going to get well over that. They're now at 19 confirmed. They're now at 19 confirmed seats, Kings. But they're still counting up in other constituencies. But it looks likely that UNC will get no less than 26. I predict. No less than 26. Like I stated half an hour ago, this is a proper landslide victory by the UNC. So I anticipate no less than 26 seats. They are currently at 19 confirmed. So you feel like you could now breathe with joy in your heart. Alright. That's good. That's fair. That's fair. Everybody win. Prime Minister elect not hey, as far nothing's gonna stop her from being Prime Minister, so may as well just put the title on now. We're not pretending over here, Regis. Remember, we don't pretend here. She is, even though she's not officially the Prime Minister, it's obvious that she will be. So may as well cut to the chase, call her Prime Minister one time, you know. You gotta celebrate. Alright, cool, cool. So basically every seat you see at the bottom there is confirmed. Central seats are also confirmed. They haven't confirmed. They're still counting in Toco, and several seats in the east there they're still counting off. But all the seats at the bottom are confirmed, and the ones in the center trader they have confirmed for the UNC. You predict 27 seats? That's not a bad prediction, Christopher. That's not a bad prediction. Damn, that guy was just typing everything. That's crazy. Please UX by the Rising Sun win. Alright, Nelly, you did win. Congrats. Did you vote though, Nelly? You realize that most people didn't understand the Constitution? I can meet you halfway and agree to that. Yeah. UNC 27? As a foreigner who resided in Trinidad and Tobago for a decade, I sincerely hope that the newly elected ruling party will pay more attention to security issues. That seems to be the general consensus amongst most people. The thing about it is, no matter if it's PNM, UNC, TPP, crime is a notoriously difficult situation to get a handle of in Trinidad and Tobago. So I do wish them the best. I do wish that they do make some inroads in crime, but crime is a very complex situation to deal with in our country, seeing that it has gone unrestricted for so long. Crime has bled into every aspect of our life. So controlling crime is not as feasible or as easy as you guys may think or want. I'm just a realist in the situation. Crime is something that is very difficult to tackle in Trinidad and Tobago because of how long it's been allowed to be involved with corruption and people in high power. Crime is something that's very, very hard. It's going to be very difficult to ever get crime under wraps in Trinidad. It's going to be difficult. But I do hope one day for my island to, we are reduced. I do hope, because we were once lovely. But that's something way more intricate than you guys think. Crime is a very big situation. Just like how healthcare is for America, how they struggle to deal with healthcare, it's going to be difficult to deal with crime here. To pass law, you need majority 28 seats. Hey, they may just get 28. You never know. Any holiday Have we had any holiday? I don't think we've had holidays after a political party as one. So tomorrow is just a normal working day. We go back as a country to we go back to it. We go back to living our lives. We go back to being ruled, hoping for better. So it's a normal day. Did Philip win? Yeah. Yeah, Philip Alexander. They haven't finished counting in Tunapuna, but Philip Alexander is still in the lead in Tunapuna. And it looks very likely that Philip Alexander would actually take Tunapuna, which is still kind of funny to me. I don't know why, but it's just still kind of funny seeing Philip Alexander winning a seat. But all kudos to him. It looks like he will be well on his way to winning Tunapuna. You live in there? Yes, I am living here, Daniel. True, Kirich. You could only hope that promises made will be upheld. Okay, Christopher. Yeah, total seats have not been counted as yet. UNC are still 19 confirmed. UNC are still 19 confirmed as we speak. PNM is at 7 confirmed. There are still votes coming in. So there are still seats that are not going to be confirmed till probably 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. But we obviously know that as a confirmation of UNC winning. But seats, they're still being counted. So, but as I said, it's probably going to be over 26 seats for the UNC I'm seeing, based on what I'm seeing now. No, but okay, we could talk a little bit humor here. If we're being honest, Mr. Marshall Montano could have easily gone up for a seat and win. I'm being honest. Not fictitious or anything, but Marshall Montano could have easily gone up for any seat and won. That's just the fact. It's not 36 and all, it's 41 and all. It's 41 constitutional seats. I hope the new Tobago has kicked out the PNM, as we see. Tobago has kicked out the PNM. As they said they were gonna do. They said this. They have lived up to their word. Tobago people has kicked out the PNM. It's official. It's been official for like the last hour and a half, but they did exactly what they said they were going to do. In major news, Faris Al-Wari is losing still in San Fernando West, which is probably one of the biggest headlines of this entire election. Faris is losing and probably will lose San Fernando West. This is something you would never see. Ever. So, this is interesting. Brian Manning, Patrick Manning's son, has captured San Fernando West. San Fernando East, however, which was expected. Man said 24 and he play with tomorrow, yes? Talking about playwriting, someone won the how much ever millions. I've seen it back at 2 million today, so someone got a nice couple of millions there. Well done to them as well. Well, true. Seeing that, yeah. Lenny, I kind of didn't factor that in, right? So because, yeah, so you could count it as 39 instead of 41 because Tobago didn't vote PNM or UNCL. So we could say it's 39. Thank you for putting that forward, Lenny. I hadn't considered that. That's thank you. Appreciate that. So technically between, it's 39 we're going up to. Trinipati, we are still counting. We only have no official figures. Officially now, UNC has captured 19 seats officially. And PNM has captured 7, but they're still counting in majority of these seats. It's a very strong likelihood that UNC would have over 26 seats though. It's just a formality at this point. While I was at the UNC campaign, it's very funny that you said that, Christopher. While I was at the UNC campaign, there was made mention of in the airport you would see different prime ministers of Trinidad and Tobago plaques on the wall, and they did make a joke that it's so unfortunate and both fortunate for Mr. Oh my gosh, Mr. Stuart Young, that he would have his plaque on the wall, but the dates under it would be very short. So it turns out that that is exactly what has happened. So yes, by standards, he is the shortest served Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Um, I would have to go to the airport to see if they will put it up. They probably would because he was officially the Prime Minister, right? So they kind of have to put his plaque up there. Hey, K, take a breath. Take a breath, K. Take a breath. It's not that serious. Take a breath. We loving them. We loving them. He still serve. Okay. All right. All right. I was just making sure, right? I was just making sure that you know. I know, okay, but you can ignore it. Don't worry about it. Um. Okay. I guess he did serve. So I was just wondering if they would put his plaque up there. You know. I still want to go to the airport to see though. I still will be going. So. Ah. Who do you think will be the president? I personally, Trini Patsy, I'm not gonna answer that question because I care even less about a president. You know, you know, the president of this country basically has limited powers, and it's really the prime minister, obviously, who governs the country. Most people don't even remember the name of our current president. They haven't seen her. They don't know anything about her, Miss Christine Kanglo. A lot of people don't even remember Trinidad and Tobago has a president. It's still like colonially a position, but like it's almost nothing, you know, like it's almost kind of irrelevant, like an almost irrelevant position. Yeah, yeah, yeah. From ever since QP, I have been seeing a large shift happening in Trinidad, especially, and there were signs showing really early, from as early as 2 years into the PNM second term. And especially last year is where the tide really changed. Last year, I could remember seeing a lot of people coming online and expressing their frustrations with the government. I could remember that explicitly. And I remembered early on, whoa, this is something different. Like, people were fed up of PNM and UNC before, but I can't remember seeing people fed up for a long time. You know how Trinidadians just be fed up, but then let stuff go? You know how we just have, what we just call it? 2 week syndrome in Trinidad and Tobago, where something would happen 2 weeks, we vex, but we let it go. This was the first time in a long time I've seen it's gone over. So I've seen people, they were constantly fed up. They've been constantly speaking about it for way longer than 2 weeks in Trinidad. And that's something that I have not seen in a long time in this country. Like, they were legit upset for more than a year. What Trinidad and you could see have been maintaining being upset for so long. So just because of that, you could have seen the tide was changing. We normally just forget and move on in 2 weeks, but that was something that Trinidadians was upset about for a long time. So the signs was there. No, I don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the president don't have functions or don't have responsibilities. However, the president, whether you want to agree with me or not, is irrelevant in the way we run our country. They're not important. They legit have one, maybe a few things that they do, but they only keep that just so you know the position is still meaningful. But the president does not run the country by any stretch of the imagination. It's not a powerful position. It's not the most powerful position in our island either. And if you think it is, then you need to check our constitution. The president is not the most powerful person in our country. But they have one or two functions, but they really aren't important. They really aren't. A 9-day syndrome? Damn. I was trying to remember if it was 2 weeks or 9 days. I can't remember what we termed it. Of how quick we just forget stuff in Trinidad. I couldn't remember. But if it's 9 days, then cool. How much is $1 US? I think $1 is 6 point... Is it 6.8? I don't know if it dropped back down to 6.7. Let me check real quick. It's an interesting question in the grand scheme of things, bro. Damn, it dropped back. Okay, so it's 6.76. That's the official exchange rate right now. 6.76. Alright, so the UNC, it's updated again. The UNC has 25 seats under their belt. The UNC has 25 seats under their belt. So yes, repeating, the UNC has 25 confirmed under their belt now. It's probably good. They're gonna have to do well to capture 1 or 2 more, which I could probably see. Oh, my numbers are no longer working in the map. That's so unfortunate, bro. Wow. Let me see if I could pull up on X. Why? Why did it break? That's so dumb. $1 is 8 what? TT? If it's TT, that's not accurate. Your betting assistant. Like, we have an official exchange rate. It always hovers between 6.7 to 6.8 TT dollars. You might want to check that over your betting assistant. Who's blue? Oh, the TPP. Oh, my nose. TPP is by this guy K Rich, by the Tobago secretary, chief secretary. Is it Fali? I think Fali is his name. I can't remember what's his last name. I think he has like a Spanish last name, but all I know is Fali. So Fali is yeah. Fali founded the TPP. Why Tobago blue? What do you mean why Tobago blue? Did you, Thompson, you remember? Yeah, don't remember last election what happened with Tobago? Tobago was fed up and Tobago PNM just won Tobago. PNM clinched Tobago last election. And Tobago has been saying for the last 4 years PNM are not going back. And look, they meant it. Forever Tobago was trying to get PNM out. Blue looks better. Cause you listening to Lenny? You in Tobago tomorrow to celebrate? Wait, that Kizal. Okay, so someone fill me in because I really tried my best to listen to Kizel, but I kind of didn't. Did Kizel go up as an independent, seriously, or she did not run again? Because I really haven't been following Kizel news. I really don't know. So, if anybody in chat can let me know, did Kizel actually go up as an independent or not? Farley Augustus, okay. How many confirmed seats does PNM have? I think it's risen to 10, if I'm not mistaken now. Okay, so they're leading in 14, but they've confirmed in 10. So PNM has 10 confirmed seats. It's probably going to be the 14 you see here. It's probably going to be the 14 anyway. But UNC has like 25, so. You don't think so? Independent? Yo, Rajesh. If you predict your lotto accurately, right, you don't mind helping a brother out, I hope. Yeah, King, point went UNC, bro. Isn't that something? PNM has lost a lot of key seats this election, and they have failed to turn any of the UNC seats. What the? Damn, this ad goes crazy. What was I looking for? Oh, I was looking for a different map to see if I see the numbers. I just remembered. Yeah, bro. Farrah's getting licked. Well, he didn't get licks, but Farrah's getting outvoted in San Fernando West is a hell of a story, bro. Hell of a story. I wouldn't say that UNC are like Goliath and they chop PNM down because UNC is also a big party, but like I don't know. I felt like UNC did some really major things this election. Thank you, Martin. I've tried my best to be unbiased. I've tried my best to bring it real time. And I've tried my best to be as articulate and straight to the point as possible. And I feel like people appreciated that. And I hope everything's okay with you, Martin. The rising will rise. Okay, Brandon. Fair enough, fair enough. Um, 1 second. This red on the map is Labry. So Labry is the red that you see over here. Point 14 here, Labry, Faisalabad, Sipari. So that red you see down here is Labry, and this small speck here is San Fernando West. Helping there. So yeah, that one seep down in deep south is Labry. Okay, pull this up. Pull this up. Is the EBC map up? Let's see. Nah. I'm speaking Spanish. Hmm. Okay, do that. Thank you, Kings. Thank you. All right. So even a lot of the stuff that UNC has said. Okay. So we obviously spoke about crime already in the country. I already gave my 2 cents on that. Crime is gonna be something notoriously difficult to combat. Reopening Petrotrin. Do I think UNC is gonna try to do that? Yes. Do I think Petrotrin is actually going to open again in our country? I personally don't think so. However, if the UNC does pull it off, I'll be quite frankly surprised. But I don't really see Petrotrin being reopened in this country, because even though it was heavily mismanaged, it was bleeding it was actually bleeding the country. However, if the UNC finds some way to manage a project as massive as Petrotrin, then I will give jacket. I'll give all praises. At that point, you can't fight the party if they manage to open Petrotrin and actually manage it. Managing Petrotrin is what's important. I personally don't see Petrotrin reopening, but I like to be surprised, so I'll happily be surprised if they do. A lot of the things they said as well is they'll give kids more laptops. Honestly, kids were already getting laptops, to be fair, after the UNC went out of power. But it's still good to know that they will continue the laptop program. That's really good to know. People were still getting old age pension. However, it's still good to know that they will continue giving people old age pension. I just want to say, if there's one thing I would have to say with this election is that a lot of videos, and I'm not batting for any party here, I'm just saying what I've seen, and a lot of Trinidad hasn't realized, is a lot of videos that were clipped from either party had AI influence in it. And by AI, I mean they stitched together certain things in those videos. And in one instance, this is only one thing I'm going to bring up. In one instance, they talked about the PNM stopping old age pension. And the PNM has never said that. They stitched what he was saying on the podium and it made it look like they're going to stop that. That's one instance of AI manipulation. But like I said, it's still good to know UNC would continue with old age pension. So that's always a good thing. The Couva Hospital, there's so much controversy with the Couva Hospital, but it's a children's hospital and it has done some good already. I've seen the good the Couva Hospital has done. I've also seen how it was mismanaged, and there was some really bad weather some years ago in Trinidad where the Couva Hospital was flooded. There's lots of videos on it where it was flooded, and when I mean flooded, I mean like knee deep or more with water. So I think they fixed all of that by now. So I hope they continue to manage the Couva's Children's Hospital. That is a really good initiative. So I hope they stick with that and they continue to upkeep that. In terms of the treasury, whether you're a UNC supporter, PNM supporter, or you're not supporter of each party, it was public knowledge what took place with the UNC and the treasury. Now, I'm not going to say much about that, but I hope monies are managed better between 2025 and 2030 this time. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon of this and who thief this. I'm not on all of that. I don't deal up with all of that deep. I just hope the treasury is managed better. That's what I hope. And most importantly, out of all of this, is that I hope that people in the areas you voted for your member of parliament, I hope and I pray that you guys get to see your member of parliament after today. That is not a UNC problem. That is not a PNM problem. That is a problem that has occurred throughout our history where a member of parliament goes up, wins, and you don't see them again. You go to their office, they're always not there. That's one important thing that I hope changes, where your member of parliament is readily there, readily available, and continues to be in your area and don't disappear and desert. That's a major thing that always happens. So I hope that your member of parliament, whoever they may be, continues to serve as your member of parliament and be there for the people. Alright, so I'm just plugging this again for those of you who just joined. The UNC has taken the election. They've won by more or less a massive landslide. It wasn't even close. The UNC have won by a landslide. I think they are still at 25 seats confirmed. That is a possibility. It could go to 26 or 27. Hit a little refresh here real quick. Right, so to show the full map there. Yes, so they have captured 25 out of the 39 seats in Trinidad. Also, guys, if you're new to this channel and you've never seen this channel before, I don't just do stuff like this. This is actually not even my main thing that I do on this channel. I do stuff like events. I do carnival events. I do pan events. I do, fete events, stuff like that. So if you're interested about, stuff that goes around the country, stuff that happens around Trinidad and Tobago, feel free to follow. I have something big coming up Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, which is this Thursday, this Friday, and this Saturday. We will be down in Point Fortin for their birthday celebrations. If you know anything about Point Fortin birthday, you know its vibes. Is fete, is party, is pan. So if that's something you might be interested in, follow, subscribe to the channel, and just join me for that 3-day adventure Thursday, Friday, Saturday. On Sunday as well, I started a new thing where every Sunday of each month, I do like a smaller DJ session with my group here. So every Sunday of every month, the first Sunday of every month, I have a little DJ session. So we have 4 streams in a row. So look out for that. Alright, so we are probably going to be live for like maybe 10 to 20 more minutes. I just want to get any more... Like, everything is pretty confirmed already. All of you know it's pretty confirmed already. But just want to see the seatage. How much goes to the UNC. Wait, Crab, did you vote though? Yes, of course. Damn. Man was like, of course. Okay, bro. I'm glad. What the? Matthew, relax, brother. Relax, Matthew. It's not that serious. Let's see what the plan for the kids. All right, cool. Damn, emotions really do be running high for elections. I voted because I want TNT to go forward and make progress. Well, free to listen. If you voted for that, that means that you did your constitutional right correctly. You're supposed to be voting for betterment of your country. Unfortunately, let me remove this I could just update it here actually, since I have it up still. You're supposed to be voting for the betterment of your country. And oftentimes we have voted based on race. We have voted based on that's my friend. We have voted based on just because it's been this way forever. or we've voted based on, you know what, them don't win here, so I'ma just do this. You know, we've voted for several different wrong reasons in the past. Yo, Stephanie, have a good night. Thank you for staying and chatting with us. Who won, bro? UNC took this by a landslide, bro. Yeah, there are a bunch of people who vote for wild reasons, and this is one reason that I wish would change, but I understand it as well. There's a situation, right, where young people, when you just turn 18, and this is what I mean when I say I both understand it, but I think a little bit more education needs to happen. Where someone just turns 18, right? I remember when I just turned 18 and I could have voted. I was happy. I was like, hey, I'm finally getting to do big people thing. That was my mindset at 18. And you can't blame me. I was 18. I was like, wow, I'm finally getting to do big people thing. And I just went and vote. I didn't really put thought into who to vote for. And honestly, that's a big thing to take on when you're 18, okay? Just being trusted into the world of politics and figuring out who's the best candidate to do what. So there's a lot of 18-year-olds that I still see now who are just excited to vote. And they're like, oh my gosh, I could vote now. I turned 18. I have a polling card. Oh my gosh, I could do this. And they just go and vote. And they don't really put serious thought into who voting. That still happens a lot. I've legit talked to someone about it last week. And I asked them if they're going to vote. He was 19 and it was his first time voting. And he was so happy. He's like, yes, Brandon, oh my gosh. I finally turned, 19 and I could vote for the first time. And he was like, I don't know who I'm voting for, but, I'm just so happy I could do it. So it's stuff like that, That's one thing I wish they would just think about a little bit more. Arima Malaba? Arima Malaba is all red, brother. That's an expected PNM seat right there. See, that's all red. And Malaba and Mausaka, oh yeah, because they broke it up. Remember, they switched certain things and joined certain things. So it's literally just Arima now. And Malaba has joined with Mausaka, and, well, both of those seats, PNM won it. Along with Aruka Maloney. PNM also took St. Anne's, which was expected. PNM took Diego Martin, East and West, expected. They took Port of Spain, and they took Laventille, East and West, all expected. So these are to be expected. These are expected results. What was not expected was the Toco Sangre Grande. PNM lost it. What was not expected was the Hokata Talparo. PNM lost it. What was not expected was San Fernando West. PNM lost it. What was not expected was Point Fortin. PNM lost it. Tableland Moruga. PNM hoped to win it, but they lost it. And well, obviously all of Central is UNC. Though they had no chance there. Just going through quick those results there. Your first time voting was awful, Sheena? Oh, damn, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I could see what happened to you. Well, Sheena, some people could sympathize with you as well. Some people who voted for the first time here would also say it's awful. What do you think about Camille Regis? I haven't seen Camille. That's all I'm gonna say. Who won St. Joseph Aranguez? I could tell you who didn't win. PNM didn't win it. That's who I could say. Hey, Gloria. I'm surprised at Toco Sangre Grande. So am I. So am I. The stronghold has been broken into. It's been broken into. I'm more surprised at Sando West. Yeah, I would put my surprise factor at this. San Fernando West is my biggest surprise. That's obviously why it's a surprise. Secondly is La Joqueta Talparo. That is my second big surprise of the night, followed by Toco Sangre Grande. So that's my ranking of surprises. Tobago is not a surprise at all. I saw it coming from 10 miles away. That was expected, actually. I remember when I was 18 and I voted for the first time and I voted Democratic nomination. I haven't regretted it since. Hey, and then there's some people like you, Danica, who off the rip you voted for the right people and it stuck. So I'm hoping the crime is up. Krishna, we could all hope. We could all hope. Who won Port of Spain? PNM. PNM has that luck. PNM won Port of Spain. Okay, let me check real quick. Okay, Rich. You're crying? It happens. How point looking? Point is captured by the UNC, brother. When will the final results be released? Sometime in the morning. Because what happens is there's so much people that live in the northern range of Trinidad that these results take like 16 hours or more to come. So by 8 a.m. tomorrow, 9 a.m. tomorrow, 10 a.m. tomorrow, you would see results, these results still counting in these constituencies. So by 9, 10 a.m. tomorrow, everything should be totally completed. PNM supporters go in Randy Complex to celebrate. Yo, that's kind of weird. You know, PNM's slogan has been we beat them in the east, beat them in the west, beat them in the north, beat them in the south. UNC could literally say this right now with this map. UNC has eaten some seats in the west, dominated in the south, dominated in the central, east, and west. No problem, Stephanie. So that's kind of weird, yeah. Alright, check-in messages. Oh, okay. Now we will like I said, after point, we will do that. F1 47. I will maintain because I would speak both positively and not I wouldn't say negatively, but I would speak my mind about both parties. For the UNC, I do hope that in future they will let me say it like this. Kamla Bisesa Prasad has been instrumental in the country. I just feel like in respect to her, however, I feel like you should know when to let someone younger do it and run, and when you should step away and let a change happen. So even though change did happen in the country itself, I feel like change needs to happen within change, and that's my personal belief. I feel like Kamla Bisesa Prasad has served her purpose. She has fought hard for her party. She has won big things, but I feel like Karma comes with, just like the PNM, they come with the same old strategies, and I feel like UNC needs fresher representation. But overall, I am looking forward to see what UNC does. But I just feel like a transitional period needs to happen, and before you disagree with me, transitions is a natural part of any party, any job, any area of life. A transitional period has to happen. And I've always personally found that people involved in politics between the ages of 75 and 90, I personally don't agree with that, because you still maintain. I think Alma is younger than that. She's like 73 or 74, right? But I always disagree with people being in the high 70s and still being in politics 80s and 90s. I don't agree with that, because what tends to happen is when you're that aged and you run a country by yourself, well, not by yourself, but you run a country, you still implement all ways that you're accustomed to, expecting different results, and that often gets people fed up. So I feel like, you shouldn't be still in a prominent position at that age. And I feel like in the future, 5 years from now, I don't think she should still be running for political leader of the UNC. She has to at least, come on, train someone fresh, train someone younger, let change happen, We need an age. I'm so glad that a lot of you are being really grown up about this, and you're listening to me and hearing me out. And I'm glad. I'm really glad. So this is positive feedback. You see, a lot of people, some of you are UNC, and you're like, yeah, okay, I agree with you. You see, we could, in differences, we could come to some sort of agreement. That's just my belief, and it seems a lot of you agree with that, right? So I ain't saying nothing bad. I just saying what's my mind, and I think, let her enjoy this election, but come on, just pass the torch to someone within your party so it could be stronger, it could be better. That's all I'm saying. And it's the same goes to the PNM. You gotta know when it's time to bow out, step down, pass the torch to someone more capable as well. Because the PNM has really capable people in it. And they're not getting to shine, or they're just disappearing, or the leader is not agreeing with them, so they just disappear off the face of the earth. So that has happened so much within the PNM as well. So I feel like, when you should know when it's your time. Yeah, the count isn't over, Chin Chin. I was explaining that some time ago, that these counts go well into the morning, and then still probably 9-10 a.m. there's still a lot of counts that come in, because there's so much people that live up north. So too many relics. Too many relics. That's so funny. Brandon, you talk, you preach. Yeah. I'm passionate about politics, but the issue is I don't often talk politics a lot, because a lot of people are not open to talking about politics. What happens a lot of the time, it seems that most of my chat is cool tonight, which I appreciate, by the way, guys. Thank you for all. Big up in chat for all of you. Claps for being civilized and hearing me out. Major claps. I would love to talk about politics more, because it's fascinating. But what happens is some people just can't talk about politics logically. They put in so much emotion that it leads to a fight. Like, you could say one simple thing about politics, and this would enrage somebody. Like, it will get them so mad to the point of, no, and this, and black people or Indian people, and all they suffer, and all they eat dirt, and it's like, bro, all I said is, like, I think this person needs to step down. That's all you said, And it led to a fight. It's so wild how politics lead to a massive fight. And people are not willing to hear each side, So I wish I wish I could have talked politics more, but I try not to because you can't talk politics with any and anybody. You have to select who you're able to talk politics with or who able to talk with you on a logical standpoint, you know. What's going on with the council library? Unfortunately, the counts on this map broke, so I don't have official counts, but PNM is still in the lead apparently. And nothing really has changed, so this map may just stay the way it is. It may actually just stay the way it is. So as the way it stands, which I think it would end, I don't think PNM or UNC would be capturing any other seats. As it stands, I think UNC would end with 25 seats, the PNM would end with 14 seats, and the TPP would end with 2 seats, which are in Tobago. So I think these are as close to official figures as you could get. 25 to the UNC, 14 to the PNM, and 2 to the TPP. I think these are as close to official as you could get. I don't think any major changes are going to happen. Has UNC ever won point? Many years ago. I like how people are just joining the stream and they're so shocked when they're seeing certain results. Like, you're the 5th person to come in and be like, yo, what going on in point? And then somebody's like, yo, what's happening in Toco Sangre Grande? It's so funny. I know. It's this map is surprising to a lot of people. I know. It's crazy, right? I feel UNC will hold points. They seem to be holding point really well still. So I feel like they will hold point, which would be big. Okay, so Cupid, I'll speak about that because that's something actually I wanted to speak about. So when it comes to Makila Pandey, right? It's very unfortunate what has happened, and nothing major has happened, but I wish, this is what I wish. I think Makila Pandey had a very serious, and when I say serious, a very serious chance to make a significant mark on this country. And I was following Makila Pandey to see how big she would have gotten. I wished and I hoped Makila Pandey would have gotten to a point where she could have been a stronger candidate. This is Makila Pandey should have stuck with her father, Basil Pandey, a little bit more, suck a little bit more knowledge from him before she decided to go on her way. I feel almost like Makila Pandey was like a fig on a fig tree that started to turn ripe, but kind of dislodged herself. I'm sorry, just follow me with this analogy a little bit. So she was a fig on a fig tree, started to turn ripe, but then, you know, fall off the tree too quickly. I feel like she did not get all she could have out of her father, Basil Pandey. And she started on her own campaign. She was strong. She started off strong. But then she just fell off so badly. And she just stopped being viewed as a strong candidate. She's not a strong candidate anymore. And it was so disappointing to see this happen to Makila, because I really had my bets on her to do something significant. She was speaking good. The platforms was good. She had good insights, and then she just fell. I don't know. She hit a pothole and just never recovered, man. CT, I'll be live Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So Piperman, unfortunately, the margins no longer work. I don't know why. They kind of broke at the end of the results. You could have seen the margins before, but it's no longer showing you how much who's winning by. They kind of either it broke or they stopped updating like that. But it was great when you were able to click it and see the votes coming in, but you could no longer see it. They would release an interactive map, I think, in the morning. So you'd see an interactive map in the morning. What's the data for Tabakit? The last count that I saw for Tabakit was I actually don't know. I don't think I did check Tabakit actually. Thoughts on Naparima given all these swings? Naparima is a continued stronghold in the east-west corridor, so I'm very unsurprised that Naparima held steady. I'll go through just now with you, Piperman, about the whole east-west corridor because it's actually fascinating. It's actually fascinating. Did Stuart Young even win a seat? Yeah, he did. Alright, so let me go through the east-west corridor with you real quick. Let me pull up the election map from last year. Well, not last year, last election. Ooh, child, things gonna be easier. Alright, so let's do this. This was the election map. This was the election map from 5 years ago. This was the 2020 general election in Trinidad and Tobago, right? This was a pretty let me get my bearings straight real quick. Right. So this was pretty standard of how the country has gone about for many years. Like almost every election, you would have the same things reoccurring, right? You would have UNC winning most of Central Trinidad. You'd have UNC winning most of South Trinidad. You would have UNC winning in between here and there. What you are not accustomed to happening is UNC really getting involved in this massive wall over here, which has been dubbed for years the Red Wall. It's been dubbed the Red Wall for obvious reasons for many, many years, where it has been dubbed a impenetrable fortress in politics, where PNM notoriously always gets these seats, and it has been a true thing. It's not hearsay. Like the PNM almost always gets all these seats up here. They made a couple inroads in Tunapuna last election and stuff like that, right? They grabbed Lahoketa Talparo, and you know PNM is strong in the both San Fernando electoral districts, and they had Point and Lapri. So we going into that, and PNM has Tobago. We going in with that knowledge, right? Watch this election is this here, Sangre Grande, Toco. This is mad. This is not a UNC era. It hasn't been for many years. So this is one big chunk out of the red wall that I just showed you from 5 years ago. So this was a surprise. Tunapuna was not a surprise because Tunapuna last year was a swing seat. If you check Tunapuna stats again, Esmond won. He got 9,400 votes. And the UNC candidate got 7,000, almost 8,000 votes, right? So this was a seat that PNM captured last election. But it's a swing seat. It was a swing seat and it was still going to be a swing seat now. And it swung back to UNC. So this was not a surprise. This was actually something that I expected to happen. This was normal. Arima is always going to be PNM for quite a while. It's a stronghold. Aruka Maloney is also a stronghold. Malabar Mausaka contains people from these constituencies, so it was obvious that PNM was going to get it. St. Anne's is a stronghold of the PNM again. Laventil East and West, PNM stronghold. Port of Spain, stronghold. Diego Martin, obviously that's where the Honorable Keith Rowley has been from. East West, stronghold. So, none of this was a surprise that they kept. The loss of Toco Sangre Grande was a surprise. Lahokata Talparo was also a surprise. It was not a stronghold of the PNM. However, they kept clinching it in elections. They kept clinching it. They had it last election, only by a few hundred votes. And they have lost it this election. So this was a swing seat. So this was not a surprise. Our other surprise comes here. Down here. In San Fernando. San Fernando, every election is a stronghold for the PNM. With prominent people like Patrick Mann and others who hold their seat down. Like, this seat does not slip ever from the PNM. These are strongholds. This is one of the biggest surprises of the election. Faris Al-Rari has lost the San Fernando West seat. And that is a big thing. That does not happen. Brian Manning, which is the son of Patrick Manning, retained the seat which was expected. So that was not a surprise. But the surprise is the loss of San Fernando. That is unprecedented. Moving along, we have Point Fortin here. Point Fortin, I felt, was not really a strong seat. However, PNM did occasionally win Point Fortin past elections. Point Fortin spoke this election. Point Fortin has gone to the UNC. It's been a while since it's been in their hands, but UNC have recaptured Point Fortin. Labre is PNM. It has retained being PNM. Every seat at the bottom here is notorious for UNC. These are UNC strongholds. Every part of Central Trinidad, every Trinidad and Tobago national know that these are strongholds for the UNC. South Trinidad, Central Trinidad, and as you could see again this year, UNC has made their strongholds even stronger. So they have retained most of their seats. Well, not most. They've retained all of their seats and captured several key PNM seats. So that's the short breakdown of that. And let's not forget Tobago. Tobago used to be a PNM stronghold 10 years ago. 5 years ago, people were fed up and PNM barely won these elections. As you can see by the figures, PNM won. Tobago East, they got 7,000 votes. The second person was with 5,000 votes. That's deemed as close for Tobago. And then Tobago West, it was 9,000. Chamfa won her seat relatively easy. That was the only part of Tobago that still was strong PNM. This year, PNM has been voted out totally from Tobago. Chamfa struggled. It was a close race. Chamfa lost like by 1,000 votes. It probably would go up or down, we would see. But Tobago, once being a stronghold of PNM, have lost that status and they've been thrown out. So those are the breakdowns of past election, this election, and what the UNC have accomplished. Whew. Have a good night, Colin. How to get the old map? I would send the link for you. I got you, brother. So if anybody wants the link to the last elections map, it's in chat, just in case you want to compare yourself, do whatever. So the previous election map is in the chat now. Feel free to kick, see exactly what I was talking about, make your own assumptions. So the past election map is in the chat right now. How many years are each party allowed to serve? Unlimited, Gloria. Once you keep getting voted in, you could serve with your party as long as possible. It's a power of the people constituency. Are all the votes in? No, Nicola. All the votes are not in. There are still a lot of votes counting. But this is my advice to you, Nicola. Don't look or don't hope that any seat is gonna switch, because it's very unlikely. The result you see here is most likely what's gonna stick. It's most likely gonna stick. I don't see any real seat flipping by tomorrow. There could be one or two, because there are one or two close counting seats right now, but ideally I think this is the end. But there are still a lot of votes to come in, so I'll tell you that. Thank you, SL League. Will you be going live tomorrow when everything's settling? I don't really have any. I don't think there's anything to go live for, really, City, unless I'm missing something. Or you think I should go live for something. I don't know. But should I? What am I missing? Can you post the link to the present map? Got you. Got you. Got you. Current map. Alright, so the current map is in the chat now. Foster Commons unfortunately got licks. Hey, K. Again, relax. It's fine, K, it's fine. This is like the USA. I could tell you it's quite something. It's quite something. Yeah, so like I said, I don't think these numbers would really change at all. The UNC is holding on to their 25 seats happily. The PNM is holding on to their 14 seats. And Tobago will unlikely change as well. The TPP is holding on to their 2 seats in Tobago. So, yeah, I basically think this is it, guys. You know what I would say, Tara? Tara, what I would say is it's so interesting how history repeats itself. And I know some people count history as many, many years, 50 years, how much ever years, but it's so interesting how history repeated itself. When Patrick Manning sought out his last election as well, and he rushed the election and he felt, no, this was a good time to host an election. And he was very confident he was going to win again. And when Patrick Manning did that all those years ago, he lost. He lost the election. Which was the 2010 election. 2010 election. So UNC ruled from 2010 to 2015. So he was super confident, and that happened. And then history proceeded to repeat itself by Keith Rowley doing the exact same thing, where this time was for a different reason. However, I firmly believe, despite what anybody says, I firmly believe the Honorable Keith Rowley did take a chance because he saw that the UNC was a bit weak in terms of representation. So he took that chance to quickly call an election in the top half of the year instead of traditional in the bottom half of the year, hoping he would have caught the UNC with their pants down. And history has repeated itself with a rapid election being called by the PNM, and they folded badly. They folded badly again, because they folded badly then too. So that was not the case. What happened is, when you as a collective group of people are fed up, it supersedes the other party not being as strong as it once was. So, as you could see, UNC had a lot of candidates dropping out or a lot of new faces. So that is termed weak in the political world. But people, such strong desire to get the PNM out has, like, superseded that. It overlooked the candidates that the UNC had. I'm not saying the candidates the UNC had a bad or whatever, but they did have a lot of problems. But a lot of people were just fed up. So, but this is just bad licks, though. However, there's no way I could make this song good for the PNM. This is just bad licks. This is a landslide victory. So, and the people have spoken. So we will see if the voice of the people was correct. $24 and play with today. You almost making me feel to go play where you know training Aquarius. Almost. Probably play what? We should just play all the numbers we've seen on screen. So UNC has 25 seats. So we play in 25. PNM has 14 seats. We play in 14. TPP has 2 seats. So what are you thinking? All right, so let's see. I've now been streaming for around 3 hours and 54 seconds. So, you know what? 3 hours 55. We're gonna stay on for a little 5 minutes again, and then we're gonna head out. Let's wrap it up with some last minute talk. Anybody else has any questions for me? What they think? What they want to know? What I think? Anybody have any questions? Feel free to shoot it my way. If anybody wants me to explain anything, feel free to shoot it my way as well. In 5 minutes, we're looking to head out and get out of here. Okay, so Deborah, Tobago opposite what? Tobago operates almost kind of independently from us in terms of that. So they basically they do their own thing. Actually, this is not the first time that PNMS fell out of Tobago, but they do their own thing. They'll do their own thing. So they have their own house of assembly. They have their own stuff. So. Do you think the two seats in Tobago would play an important role in Parliament regarding policies? Regarding policies, I don't think they would have a massive impact. But what I think would happen is, this party winning in Tobago um, will usher in change for their island specifically. It wouldn't be they wouldn't affect change in Trinidad by any means necessary, but for their own island of Tobago, they would do great things once they are genuine, or they maintain a generosity about it. This could, and I say could because we always give a lot of faith in parties, but then some of them disappoint us. But this potentially could be a very big thing for Tobago. This could be a big thing in carrying back down their crime, well, they don't need to rejuvenate. Tobago still has a pretty thriving tourism economy going on, but it could always be better. So they could always bring back tourism back to a standard where, yeah, it's like the tourism spot of the two islands. They could bring back the standard of the Tobago, and Tobago needs infrastructure in certain things, in the hospitals, some malls. So this could be a very good thing for Tobago. We normally allocate money for them, and now the money could be distributed and used better, hopefully, because I admit I have not learned as much as I could about the TPP. I have learned a bit, but I could have learned more to give you a stronger analysis. But I have surface level knowledge of the TPP, and they will change Tobago, which I'm happy about. What happens to the PNM now? The loss. There's nothing to happen to the PNM now, Davin. The loss. They have to pack up. They have to go home. They have to regroup and find out where everything went wrong, because I'm sure they're confused why the people of Trinidad turned against them. I'm sure any losing party would always be confused. Oh, why these guys turn against us all of a sudden? So they're gonna go back to the drawing board, and they're gonna try to figure out why, and hopefully they understand where things went wrong. Have a good night, Lenny. We smell an internal election for the PNM soon. The PNM had a chance to be super strong. So I'm gonna give you this piece of information before I look to head out, right? I don't know if this would have been a good decision or a bad decision, right? But at the end of the day, I would never fully know how things would have turned out. I do think Mr. Keith Christopher Rowley did a semi-good job. However, I had thought after 2010, after Patrick Manning was out, and we were kind of looking for a new member for the PNM, I had assumed, and it's not only me, a lot of the country had assumed that Miss Penelope Beckles would have been the next political leader of the PNM. And because she was looking like a very strong candidate and a super good one. And I was also in the train of seeing Penelope Beckles as the leader of the PNM. And I was like, I wonder, would she make a good prime minister? I was eager to see Penelope Beckles as leader of the PNM. Unfortunately, that did not happen. We got Keith Christopher Rowley. And whatever you want to base on how his performance was, that's you. That's you. But I feel like Penelope Beckles kind of missed the mark, unfortunately. And she should have been the prime minister. Let's see how that would have worked out. And she should have been the leader of the PNM after. Thank you, Carol. But makes no sense going back to the past and saying what if and what could. We have these results in front of us now. This is at the end of the day what the country has voted for. And we would leave on the note, congratulations to the United National Congress on their landslide win over the PNM. We only wish and hope that the UNC really sticks to their word. They really fight for change, and we see some changes happening within our island, because I am one of the people that think we sort of as of an island fallen from grace. We used to be a powerhouse of the Caribbean. We used to be an energy powerhouse of the Caribbean. We used to be like the financial capital of the Caribbean, and we have fallen so far from where we once was. And it's so unfortunate. I remember us literally being the energy capital of the Caribbean, and I don't know where we are now. It's a bit unfortunate where we've fallen, but I hope one day we as a country are great again. We return to being looked at seriously as an energy capital in the Caribbean, and that opens up more trade, more business, more work for us, and that we turn this around, and that our economy is at an all-time high. That's my wish for the country. So with that, thank you everybody for joining. I appreciate you spending time here. I appreciate you listening. I appreciate you being civil, which is very important. I appreciate you guys being very civil in chat, hearing me out. I know some of you don't agree with some of the things I said, but thank you for at least still being civil. That's all I could really talk about now. It is what it is. I don't think I could speak about anything else. The results are up. The UNC probably will get 2 more seats, which will give them 27. So I think that's everything for now, guys. Thank you so much for spending time. Thank you so much for hearing my breakdowns, chilling. It was beautiful. You guys are welcome back to the channel anytime. You guys have a really good night. Hope to see you again. Remember, Thursday, Friday, Saturday we'll be in Point Fortin Borrowday. And we will leave one more time with the theme song of the UNC. Like I said, it's fitting. We'll leave one more time with the UNC Wins theme song. Have a good night, everybody. Congrats to everyone who voted and your party won. If your party didn't win, then don't be too sad about it. Don't be depressed. Hold your head up high and let's all move as a unit together. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins. Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Tell your neighbor, tell your friend, now is the time to rise and shine. Tell your mother, tell your father, now is the time to decide. If you want leaders who can build, place your ex by the rising sun. If you want leaders who can lead properly, place your ex by the rising sun. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins. Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Vote for peace. Vote for love. Vote for hope. Vote for change. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins. Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Tell your neighbor, tell your friend, now is the time to rise and shine. Tell your mother, tell your father, now is the time to decide. If you want leaders who can restore hope, place your ex by the rising sun. If you want leaders who lead with love, place your ex by the rising sun. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins. Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Vote for peace. Vote for love. Vote for hope. Vote for change. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins. Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day,